but that was unexpected.
That was unexpected. Magic. From a time long forgotten.
Remind me not to take a dump in that hole.
Do you really have to make jokes?
Yeah, it's in my...
It might seem strange, but it'll keep her safe from timefall and chiral contamination, while allowing her to breathe.
Excuse me. What were you saying to that bird?
The bird knows. She needs to know. You do not.
I help defend this grove. I'm not your enemy. Wow. Okay. Wow, I'm really accumulating inspiration. I might as well. I would like to see what she has to say. Seriously? Okay. That's better. I am so confused. Oh, no, no, ah. Oh my god. This is going even worse than before. And here I thought I was being tactical and clever. There is someone up there. Oh my god. Uh-oh. Right. What? Hi. And now these guys are back. What the hell? There we go. 2 for 1. I'm in the wagon, ready to go. I'm out of the hole. First try. That was... Wow. It's too bad they don't have tractor beams. Whoa! No! No, 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 no! What on earth is it doing? Why, you bastards? Get ready, here comes another one.
Let's get them.
Take him down.
vanished. Go on, dump it into the enemy.
Nice. Good luck, Uthgard. Ooh. Oh boy. Oh. Oh, that's no, Uthgard, no.
Yes, what's on your mind? You got it.
Out of the way, mission. There we go. We're getting there. 2/3. Climb tree. This tree is dead and seems to be free of the slick secretions some of the others generate. You begin to shimmy your way up the snag. Crack. Holy log jams, Batman. You almost ate the big one. Well, I mean, that was kind of what I was thinking we needed to do, though not the way I was expecting to do it. Oh. Well, I wanted to take out the billboard. That was not quite how I saw myself doing it. Oh, we have a thing.
You don't scare me.
Ah! Oh, God. Oh, God. Back. Oh, you dumb. Fuck. Jesus. Oh, my God. Fuck. Now I'm terrified because I've got so many companions, it's inevitable that one of them is going to set some of these off and I'm just going to get whacked. Like that, for example.
You can't stop me. I thought
Could you keep that down, please? You're making it hard to aim. Thank
I apologize for your impending death, Jeb. Oh, wait, he's actually climbing. What the hell? Well, so much. Whoops.
Aloy?
Errand!
I love how expressive they are in this one. The facial animation is so...
Just go around doing stuff and oops. Oh, that was good.
Good evening, folks, and welcome back to the Library of Lore. Tonight we're going to be checking out Foundry. Very first time I've played this, except for a few minutes to, set settings and stuff like that, but I haven't actually sat down and played it seriously at all. So I don't know what I'm doing yet. We will figure it out, and we're going to hop over and see how things go. So I hope everyone is doing really fantastic this evening. Let me pop over into Steam. Where is Foundry? There is Foundry. I've been looking forward to this one. I saw a preview of this some time back. Just a few weeks back, I guess. And it looked super good. And so it's been on my radar for a little bit, but wanted to get a little further in some of the games that we're playing now. And especially now that technically we're actually finished Fallout 3. We're not finished with Fallout 3, but we're finished the main story of Fallout 3. I thought this might not be a bad time to start Foundry. 45 stream streak, Pragma. Holy heck. Thank you so much. How are you doing tonight? It's good to see you. Callan Ray, what's going on? It's good to see you as well. Hope everyone's doing well. Don't remember this taking... Oh, this... How did I not notice this was a Paradox game? No wonder it looks so good. Oh. It seems a little loud. Let's maybe drop that. Put that down to 75. Oh, UI sound effects. Maybe put that to 60. That sounds better. Independent control of footstep volume? That's interesting. Okay, I'm on headphones, so I'm just going to leave this on stereo. How's the volume for you guys? I'm just doing this based on this, but what are you guys hearing? Does the music at least sound reasonable, or is it too low? Good to be seen. You are on the mend. That's amazing, Callan Ray. So was today better even than yesterday was? But it runs. How's it going? It's good to see you again. It is a reasonable volume. Okay, excellent. We're going to do single player, new game. We're going to call this Library of Lore, shortened. We're going to generate a random seed. We're not going to turn on creative mode, and we're going to start. Doing research so your lurk bet? No problem. Enjoy your lurk. Yesterday you still had fluid loss. Today you have full fluid and food retention. Fantastic, Callan Ray. That's amazing to hear. Okay.
Welcome, operator. I'm Carl, your facility management artificial intelligence. This resource-rich moon has been selected for the Foundry initiative with the goal of converting it into a manufacturing hub.
Okay.
Construction work has already started, and many teams, just like us, have been deployed with their initial assignments. Our task is to establish mining and smelting operations to ensure a steady supply of essential metals.
Sounds good.
My goal is to assist you in setting up this factory. Let's run a few basic checks before we get started. Open your map to check your surroundings.
Open your map. Okay.
Fantastic. There are several ore patches in the vicinity. Equip your ore scanner from the inventory and use it to locate the ore patches.
That would be here and here, I assume. I'm not sure what that is, because it's exactly the same color as that. Let's just verify. Okay, that looks like a biome change. That's desert, and this is more of a foresty area. Okay, so this... Yeah, they're just the same color. So this looks like a resource patch to me. That looks like desert. And... yeah, okay. Got it. Alright, so we've got the blue patch and the red patch. Or the rust patch, I guess. a little louder than usual. If it's only a little, I'm not going to worry about it. Unless, hang on. Voice line volume. We can maybe drop that down to 80. Carl did seem just a touch on the louder side. Okay, equip aura scanner, use aura scanner, press F2 for detailed information. Inventory. Oh crap, what's the inventory button? B for backpack, that's weird. If I switch that to I, is that going to conflict with anything? No. Okay. I'm you know what? Actually, no. I'm not going to rebind it. It looks like they've got everything bound that you really need to use on the fingers of your left hand, which is going to require some adjustment on my part, but it means I can keep my hand on the mouse. So I'll see if I can live with it. So we've got our inventory here. We've got a mining drill, and we've got an ore scanner. Hey, Tagarung, how's it going? Good to see you.
To get started, approach both of the ore patches and mine some ore.
All right. Seems simple enough so far. There we go. $219. I'm glad the stacks are fairly nice and large. Had a good... Oh, yeah, I did see that, Tagarung. I don't think I commented because I was working on something, but that was... I think I did post a reaction. That was awesome. I can't believe anyone would bother calling the fire department on a tiny little thing like that. That's so ridiculous.
Great! Now that we have an initial supply of ore, we need to smelt it into plates and rods. Go back to your drop pod and use the built-in smelters to create your first crafting materials.
I'm not done yet, sir. There's still more ore here to be dug up. Smelting's gonna have to wait. Family all had a good chuckle. Yeah, I don't blame you. Okay, let's see. Smelt 10 xenoferrite ore at the drop pod smelter. Ah, that would be this. Wait a second. It has separate smelters for each individual material. What the heck? I mean, it's kind of convenient. It means I don't have to do one, then the other. can have them running in parallel, which is pretty cool. While that's working, I know technically I've already accomplished what we needed to do. Let's run wild a little bit and see what there is around here. Okay, so we've confirmed we can swim. There is not a whole lot of stuff down here, although, what is this? Did that find another ore location? Oh, it did. Yeah, it's the stream boss. I don't know that is the task list that vital? I wonder. Maybe during my break I'll take a look at that. I know that can get annoying. That's pretty close. Oh, oh, I see. For some reason, I assumed in my head that that was going to be exposed to the surface. Interesting. Not a major thing. What I'll try to do is, I'll see if I can add some transparency to it, because I don't want to move it or get rid of it, but if I can make you guys able to see through it, would that be acceptable? I just have to remember where it is. I don't know anything. I figure the game will introduce me to concepts when I need to know them. If it's not something the game tells me, it's probably something I don't really need to worry about. It's still going. Holy crap. It is almost done, though. What was it you're thinking of telling me, though, Tagarung? That doesn't sound like anything that's going to be terribly spoilery, so... Oh. That almost looks like a tropical jungly area over there. That's kind of cool. It's harder to climb hills than I would have expected. Man, I thought this mountain looked fairly large. Map is generated as you explore, so the map size is infinite until it gets so big the resources required crash the game. Ah, so it's like Minecraft then. That is cool. Okay. Probably be a little faster getting back down. Doesn't seem to be a whole lot in the way of fall damage either, which is nice. Come on. There we go. The splashing around in the water sounds, maybe not my favorite, but I like a lot of the other audio that they've got going on in this game. The ambient sounds underwater are pretty good. I like those.
Now that we have basic materials available, we should start crafting building blocks which act as a foundation for other buildings. To do so, you need to open the crafting menu and click the desired items. Then, place them in the shape of a platform next to one of the ore patches.
Alright. Which ore patch should we do? I'm suddenly reminded that I tore out all the ore, so I can't see them from a distance anymore. I don't think that was one of them. There we go. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do that. I guess that's okay. Now I know how to dig in the ground. $18 biomass. So I don't have to worry about wood then, I suppose, if we're just dealing in raw biomass. But I've not seen anyone get that big. Well, I mean, the game only came out recently, didn't it? Give it time. Oh, open crafting menu. Craft 30 building blocks. Place 30 building blocks as a foundation next to an ore deposit. Okay. Building block recipe. So far, it seems to work roughly the way I would expect. Oh, I like this. This is cool.
To automate ore extraction, we need to set up a drone miner. Craft one and place it on top of your foundation right next to the ore patch.
Drone miner 1. Okay, so I need 10 xenoferrite plates, 8 machinery parts, and 6 electronic components. Okay.
drone miners and most other buildings require power to function. Let's build a biomass generator on the same foundation as the drone miner. Once
Biomass
built,
again.
you need
Okay.
to harvest some plants and trees with your mining drill to collect biomass. Insert the biomass into the generator and it will start to power all buildings on the same foundation as the generator.
Okay, so I need 5 of these. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's cool, Tigerung. Thank you. Missing fuel.
Go watch your mining drones acquire your first automated ore. Aren't they beautiful? Anyways, we need to get going. Let's build a smelter next.
Don't we already have 2? Place 1 smelter small on the foundation. I'm reminded every time I launch this game that it has a useless launcher like most all Paradox games. Well, it's useless from the player perspective, but it's useful for the devs. How are you doing, Sci-Swan? Yeah, not everything is player-facing or, player benefiting. I think useless launchers are pretty neutral to the player. In the grand scheme of things, at least. Not sure how I feel about the different bars and the tab interface for getting to them. Alright, so we want a smelter. Not enough crafting materials. Machinery parts. Oh, okay, oh, this is Technum. Crap. So I'm mining the wrong material. Let's see if I can find the other one. Where is that? Going the wrong way, aren't I? Nope. Almost. There we go. They require it. I forget what game it is, but the devs were like, nope, we don't want it either, but it's a requirement of our publisher. They then give instructions on how to disable it. Wish I could find that Steam post. Yeah. It's a place where the publisher can advertise things, which can include things that you actually do want to have advertised to you, like new expansions for the game and content and stuff like that. I can understand why they would want it. Long ago given up, I used to only buy games from Steam and wouldn't buy a game if it required a third-party launcher after launching it in Steam. But the times were that is feasible are long gone. I never understood why it bothers people so much. I mean, I get that it's irritating, but it's a very minor irritation. And I've never held with the view that you should only buy games on Steam. People seem to have forgotten the adage, don't put your eggs in one basket. I like having games all over the place in different places, in different launchers, in different storefronts, and different platforms. Okay. There we are.
The smelter is more efficient than the inbuilt drop pod smelter, so you should start using this from now on. Another benefit is that we can automate the smelters to make our life easier. For this, you need to connect the drone miner to a smelter by using loaders and conveyor belts.
This is where
Please
I
go
regret
ahead
my
and
placement
connect them
choices.
while I'm notifying Mission Command on our progress. Communication link establishment failure. Curiously, I find myself unable to make contact with Mission Command. It could be a technical anomaly. I shall persist in my attempts.
Could you persist in giving me instructions on how to do what you just said I should do? Oh, I guess these are connectors for belts and whatnots. That might not be so bad. I can just drag one right across here. Unless they have to line up nicely, in which case I've definitely screwed myself. Handhelds, metallurgy... wait, no, that's a crate. Conveyors. Oh. Dang it, yeah. Can you curve them? Yes, you can. Okay. I like this. Except... Am I mistaken in my assumption? Oh, loaders. Okay. How do I deconstruct? F. There we go. I need more materials, but we've still got plenty going here. I like that they used F for deconstruct. It means you never really have to specifically say F in chat for the belt right here. There we go. That's pretty cool. Now, how's our power situation? Machine efficiency 70%, current output fluctuating a little bit. It's starting to get a bit concerned about fuel. We're gonna have to murder some trees. Greenie will not be pleased. He might be more pleased that we seem to be able to collect tree seeds. Kind of implies that we can do stuff with that. I hope we get better power options than this, though, I've got to say. Craft 20 conveyors? I don't need 20 conveyors. Why does it want me to craft 20 useless conveyors? Fine. That's more than 20, game. Come on. Oh, no, wait. It didn't say place them. Never mind. I didn't mean that, but okay. There. Foundry is pretty good so far, I gotta say. I am enjoying the heck out of it. Don't really know exactly what I'm doing yet. I wonder if I can guess ahead here. Survival crafting games are kind of your shiz. They're one of my favorites as well. Okay. Craft 2 more of those.
You have the
And 2 more of
machines
those.
necessary to connect the drone miner to the smelter. Now, attach a loader to each machine and connect them with conveyor belts. After you are done, you should build more smelters and have them produce enough metal plates and rods to fulfill our mission. Speaking of which, the mission control link remains non-responsive. Our objective is near completion and immediate guidance from mission command is required.
Oh, wait. Intake, no build. What? Okay, so that did not work. This isn't really a survival crafting game, though, but it runs. It's more of just a pure crafting game. I'm a robot, so there is no survival aspect to this, and dang it. Leave my foundation alone. Place 4 small smelters? Why do I need that many smelters? The heck? 1100 hours in Satisfactory. I'm awaiting a mod update to start a new save. Nice. I streamed Satisfactory a while back. I think that was in Was that update 6 or 7? I haven't played it since. I've loaded it up just to confirm that beyond all my wildest expectations, my old save actually still runs on the new version. But it's been a while. Not sure how to classify them really. Satisfactory and Planet Crafter are your top faves. I would just... Well, Planet Crafter is definitely survival, at least at the start. Satisfactory, actually very similar to this. I'm not sure it really has a terribly strong survival aspect. More than this seems to, though, because you do have hostile creatures that can kill you and whatnot. Planet Crafter, highly deadly game early on. Gets a whole heck of a lot easier later, obviously. Sim Games, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good. How are you? Let's make this platform a little larger. Maybe a lot larger. Oh, I'm gonna need more things. I need xenoferrite plates. Those are the more survival-esque versions of this genre, but still like the same factory family. Yeah, like I said, just a crafting game is what I would call it. Or yeah, factory sim would also be a very good description. You know what this game really needs? Landmarks. You don't tend to get into those alchemy games much. Okay. I'd like those just as much, but not all games are for everyone. I think I'm gonna have to make my own landmarks. By replicating what we've got over there, over here. I'm more a fan of breaking games by building massive bases. Yeah, that's what I do in Fallout 4. I tend to build a second castle in Starlight Drive-In. It's good fun. Oh, that's cool. Thank you, Tagaron. I don't think I'll worry about that for right this moment. Now that I've started building over here, I have a much better mental map of where this actually is, which I didn't really have before. Now I can just look at this and go, oh yeah, it's straight ahead from here. Okay, now what did we need? We needed drone miners, so we need 10 xenoferrite plates and 8 machinery parts. So let me just wait till we get a bunch of this. Machinery parts. See, this process here is a perfect example of why exactly I would want to automate this process. There we go. Okay. So we got that. Just build out that a little more. Next, I need biomass. Come on, craft it. There we go. And I'm going to pop that over, say, there. Okay, perfect. Next, we need a smelter, so we need more xenoferrite plates. Oh, that is a lot faster than I am, isn't it? That is seriously nice. Okay, I think I might actually have to wait a little bit longer. That'll keep us going a good while, I think. Don't I have 50 get. Oh. Wait. See, no. How do I. Right. Disconnect. Okay, hang on. I need to make this a bit bigger still. Okay. We've got our smelter built. Excellent. Not enough crafting materials. I hope that works. That does seem to be working. Perfect. Although I can't help but notice I haven't really left myself any room to add another smelter here. I guess I can just curve the belt around. So I need 4 smelters, apparently. We will provide that. Kind of regretting my placement of the panel there. There we go. Keep it consistent. Nope. I don't think that's working. I think that might not be working. Nope. Okay, that's just not gonna do it, is it? I'm trying to build too tight, aren't I? That's better. Okay. Three-minute warning, folks. In 3 minutes, we are going to take a bit of a break. You want to build spread out, and you mostly want to run the belts through the loaders, not straight in, as for example, one miner can supply 4 smelters. I don't know what that means, but okay. I mean, in context, I don't know what it means. I'm not going to worry about it right now. Okay,
We have completed our initial mission of setting up a smelting facility. We've done a great job, haven't we? At this point, we should have received further instructions, but something is blocking our communications. I think we'll have to improvise. My archives contain a blueprint for a research server. Through material analysis, I should be able to provide an emergency beacon blueprint. Let's get going and build a research server.
I like research. Research is good. Craft a research server, place a research server on the Foundation. Which Foundation? I guess it doesn't really matter. Aussie devs? What do you mean but it runs? Craft a research station. Science. Love it. And a science pack. We're doing one of those too. Just because. Right now you have the belts going in the front of the loader and dead ending. If you went through the side, you can keep going and go through multiple loader. Oh, I get you, Tagarung. I get you. Yeah, but what is an Aussie dev team? Okay. Oh. I do need to start that break. Does this... Oh, Aussie. Okay, Australian. Got it. Got it. All right, guys. I need to go for a break. If you need to get up and grab some food or a drink or a snack or anything, this is a very good time to do it. I'll meet you back here in just a few. Shut up. Where's Lydia? Lydia, oh, there you are. Okay. Come on, Lydia. I haven't given you that much to carry. That's a lie. Yes, I have.
No, they hold the advantage.
Rude.
Far stronger than a common goblin.
Uh-oh.
Cannot move. Hobgoblin, it is a formidable foe.
Oh! Ugh.
Quite the opportunity to set up camp.
All the way... Okay. Now they can get out of there. Before they get eaten alive. I'm okay if they just want to stay there. That lets me regain a bit of magic. I hate you guys.
Come on, get up! Get up! We have a man down here. Keep a lookout.
I'll check this way.
Holy crap. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Stop everything. They've all gone.
Oh.
Look out.
Damn it.
There's someone here.
Gotcha. What? What?
Less to worry about. I'm alive. Nice.
Get him. Get him. Got him. Nice.
That's all the ties down. Yes.
Besides, I thought she was still weirded out that the librarian is now a woman. Oh. Whoa. Temple Guardian. Calcium cost. Oh, we can do the thing. Okay, let's wait for him to shoot again. Return to sender.
I think that's all of them.
Think you're so scary, sir, but you're dead. You don't even know it.
Now these guys are back. What the hell? There we go. 2 for 1. Okay, that's getting real old. Really? right, here we go. Gate travel begins.
Hello, new builder. It is wonderful to have you here amongst our desert flock. I am Burgess, Chief Safety Inspector of the Sandrock chapter of the Church of the Light.
No solicit. Wooden barracks constructed in Mayo. I would normally want to build wooden barracks in the earth rather than in mayonnaise, but, you know, construction techniques were a little more primitive back then. You gotta make... Oh my... Guys, seriously. Family loses 15 opinion of King Sancho II. Ends King Sancho II's scheme to murder you. I have been captured and detained against my will by King Sancho. I am no longer free to return to my home or travel as I wish. This is going great.
Come on. Tell me about Loom. For old time's sake.
Beat it.
Say it.
Say it.
No.
Say it.
Fine. You mean the latest masterpiece of fantasy storytelling from Lucasfilm's Brian Moriarty? Why, it's an extraordinary adventure with an interface of magic, stunning, high-resolution 3D landscapes, sophisticated score, and musical effects. Not to mention the detailed animation and special effects, elegant point-and-click control of characters, objects, and magic spells. Beat the rush. Go out and buy Loom today.
Yes.
Now get lost.
Achievement unlocked. Fan service. Oh, hi.
Oh, okay. Battle it is. Now we gotta try and murder them really, really fast. Oh, I didn't actually want to murder Liam.
Well, it is customary to say, "Welcome home." That is not dimensionally accurate in this case.
Wow, Vasco.
It was all right to let your parents.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. I am back. I thought I would use a quicker method to make tea. Turns out maybe it's not actually all that quicker. I did Tagarung. I have played a little bit of it in my off-stream game. Thank you, Calendray. We were at, what, 75-ish? I think. We'll go with that. Okay. What were we doing? Research server. We should have that now. Right. Where's things? Oh, shoot. I hope they let me research solar power very quickly. Because this is going to get real old. Alright, that's my bigger platform, so I think we'll build it over here.
To advance in research, you will need to build science packs. Craft a few by hand and insert them into the research server to research the emergency beacon blueprint.
I like the fact that it had to specify craft a few by hand specifically. No active research. Okay, emergency beacon assembler. Did it give me instructions on what to research? I would really rather not research emergency beacon. I would like a better power source. Burner generator, assembler, basic infrastructure, character improvement. Interesting. Container seems important. Conveyor balancer, decor. Surely they've got better power somewhere, right? Energy cell, that's... I don't see anything that looks like a solar... Oh, wait a minute. Solar panel large. Okay, that's better. That's a long way away, though. What the heck? You need so much before you can get a frickin' solar panel. Chemical processing circuit board, Olamite, science pack. What the hell? Shouldn't getting off burning trees be a priority here? Well, yeah, but that's still a burning tech. I want a green option that requires me to be a little more hands-off, not constantly supplying it with freaking fuel all the time. That's not going to be much of an upgrade. At least in that regard. I'm sure it'll be a lot more fuel efficient, but it's still going to require fuel. Okay, anyway. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, you've got me intrigued, Tagaron. That sounds more interesting. I guess then the question becomes, is there any way to automate fuel? I mean, that's certainly a question.
Got it. We now have the emergency beacon blueprint. Craft it and place it, but not too close to your existing machines. Those rescue parties tend to land right on top of the beacons.
Why do I suspect we're not getting a rescue? Call for help. Press button.
Great. Now you might want to take a step back and look up.
Oh. Hey. What do you know?
a real groundbreaker. This Corporate Command Companion Bureaucrat bot, C3BB for short, will help us establish a connection with Mission Command. First, let's help him out of that drop pod by deconstructing and placing it in a safe location.
Subnautica Orbital Canyon? Possibly. Maybe these are the guys that constructed that monstrosity to quarantine the planet. Place C3BB hub. Okay.
Welcome to the ground, C3BB. We have activated this emergency beacon because we are having trouble communicating with Mission Command.
Okay, that's cute.
Critical damage on the Mission Command space station, you say? Spontaneous explosive disassembly. That's extremely troubling. What now? Are we trapped here? That aligns with our disaster contingency protocol. C3BB, initiate a thorough analysis of the incident. We'll integrate your extended blueprint archive with our research servers and construct a self-sufficient manufacturing facility capable of providing emergency aid.
Okay. No active research, you say. We can't have that. Ah, I need sciencey thingies. Oh. Nifty. That's cool. Alright, what's up, little guy?
You're right. We need a machine that is able to craft common items. I'm glad you have the blueprint stored. Let's go ahead and research the assembler.
If we've got the blueprint, why do we need to research it? Ah, this old thing again. In Satisfactory, the first thing I do is get off biomass for power. Yep, because of exactly this tedium. Don't blame you at all. Okay, we are getting there. Oh, crap. Can't remember the name of the mod, but have you tried the mod that changes all the power stuff? Oh, I think I need more science thingies. There we go. Assembler 1 has been unlocked.
Great. The assembler will serve as the foundation for mass producing the most commonly required items. Gone are the days of handcrafting. C3BB has been able to establish a limited connection to the space station and will try to extract useful information. Meanwhile, we should focus on scaling up.
I would prefer to focus on powering up.
Right. For more advanced research, we need to increase our materials science knowledge. Our goal should be to develop a more advanced science pack. But don't underestimate the worth of the other blueprints. Early analysis indicates that mission control has already been gone for quite some time, so I don't think we're in a rush. Right. For more advanced research, we need to increase our materials science knowledge. Our goal should be to develop a more advanced science pack. But don't underestimate the worth of the other blueprints. Early analysis indicates that mission control has already been gone for quite some time, so I don't think we're in a rush.
Science Pack 2, you say? Oh, okay, so we have to go through a whole chain. We need basic infrastructure. Yes, but it runs. We are a robot. It's not just... what's his name over there that's a robot. It's also us. Shouldn't you have all the knowledge of that civilization already programmed into memory? I mean, that's an awful lot of memory. I would hope they're a little more efficient than to try to embed it into every single thing they create. I'm going to try to create a link between the two platforms so that they're actually only one big platform. Basic infrastructure has been unlocked.
Okay, math genius. If it takes 8 small smelters to fill up a conveyor belt, then we'll build 8 for each metal ore. Right. For more advanced research, we need to increase our materials science knowledge.
Okay.
Our goal should be to develop a more advanced science pack. But don't underestimate the worth of the other blueprints. Early analysis indicates that mission control has already been gone for quite some time, so I don't think we're in a rush.
Ore scanner ignium. That doesn't look right. What the heck? Oh, right. I keep forgetting you have to actually craft the stuff. Have a good one, Bob. Would probably be kept in storage on a space platform that orbits while server connection robot remote access copies and is done with it for that moment. Oh, it's still building all the science thingies. That's a technical term, by the way. Another good reason to get automation in place. Keep hanging around here, but it runs and you will get used to it, trust me. $43. $42, okay. So this one will actually run out first, because this one is powering the science. Come on, science faster. Ore scanner ignium, or ignium. Ignomore. Oh, that's... I don't love that. So I assume we're going to have to start setting up stuff like that for over there too soon. Okay. Also, we need new research. So we got the Ignium ore scanner upgrade. I'm glad to see we didn't have to actually build anything. It literally just lets our scanner scan for Ignium. Next looks like the burner generator and character improvement. For some reason, character improvement seems to be necessary for Science Pack 2. But I definitely want the burner, so we're going to go with the burner. Wow. Now we're building lots of this. Okay, now in theory, they should be sharing the grid. Holy crap, 14? Wasn't that just at like 40 some odd? Science is a very power-hungry business, it seems. There we go. Okay, now we should have... Oops. Where is Assembler 1? So we'll get that built. And then we'll see where we can place it. Okay, that's not too bad. C3, where are you? There you are. What's up, sir? have nothing for us. Okay. Configure. Oh. Wait a second. Configure a crafting recipe by pressing the configure button on the right side of the panel. So do I have to have one of these per recipe? Holy crap, it's like the auto crafters in Planet Crafter, only way bigger. Okay, this does not appear to have actually connected. Did I do that wrong? There we go. Now that's only half the story. I guess that's what these conveyor slopes are for, so let's get one of those. And I'm gonna need a bunch of these. Come on, loaders. There we go. Okay, so what does that need? Xenoferrite plates, machinery parts, and electronic components. So this is not going to work at all, is what this is telling me. I'm going to have to individually craft all of this. It's not going to just automatically take these components and make the little things like the machinery parts and electronic components the way my manual crafting does. So, cool. That's fun. I guess I can make a couple more of these. I think shift-click makes 10 at a time, and control-click makes as much as you have resources for. Okay. You need to make each part. Yay. Alright, fine. We can do that, I guess. See what you mean about working with these and, you know, having the belts go all over which way. Now that it's daylight, let's go take a look at this ignium patch again. Okay. How's the fuel situation? Dire. Okay. Yep. Need more fuel before I can do that, though. Okay, how are we doing? Oh, we do have 2 assemblers. This is going to do wonders for our ability to generate power.
No more filling that biomass burner by hand for you. It's time to upgrade to the burner generator and dig up ignium ore for automated power production. Let's power up our future.
Okay, I like the direction of this a lot more now. That's pretty good. Now, what is it this needs? Machinery parts. So that just requires xenoferrite plates, which is already provided by that belt, which is convenient. And this... electronic components. Oh, shoot. Okay. So this is going to have to be electronic components, and I'm going to need a third one to make wire coil. Now we just need character improvement. And that gives me extra inventory, which I am always in favor of. Okay, Hey, Mad, what's going on? Select different colors for your character. You can customize your character's appearance with different looks and colors. To do so, visit the door of your drop pod. Oh. Twitch purple, I think. And we're gonna go fancy pants. This is cool. Not that you can actually see the customization. Okay, we need this here, we need this here. And we need that there. Okay, this is not gonna work well, actually. But you know what? We can fix it later. This is not gonna work at all. How are things going for you, Mad? I hope all is well. Good day, but wish I took an extra day off. Yeah. Yeah, I get you. All right. Well, hopefully you settle back into things good and easily and are able to take more time off again sometime soon. Now, this one was wire, right? We also need to deal with science. Oh, now we can do Science Pack 2. And now I'm going to need more science thingies. Grid stats strained. Awesome. Okay, we have too much stuff going. I guess we'd better start paying attention to that ignium area pretty soon. My scheduled vacations are in September and October, so it's only 4 months away. That's pretty good. Are you taking those back to back or something? Ah, 3-minute warning, guys. We're going to be taking another break. I've already got my tea, so I don't have to experiment with new tea-making techniques that take a lot longer than I think they will. gonna go add this to the biofuel fire. Actually, I keep filling up the one over here. Let's add to this one. Ah, okay, with both of them running, it seems to be alright. It's only when it's the one, things start to get strained. Alright guys, looks like the ads are starting very shortly, so I am going to cut the volume here and I will be back in 3.5 to 5 minutes. If you need to get up, grab some food or a drink or a snack, now's the time to do it.
With your power, we cannot fail. This weapon will be ours to command, and all of our enemies will fall before it.
Ours, Captain? I think you overestimate your role in this operation. Simply put, this is a game of chess between myself and the other. We are the kings. And you, all of you, are pawns. Do I make myself clear?
As Crystal, Majesty. We await your orders.
It's good to see at least one of you has sense, Inquisitor. Prepare to move out. I need to reach the central core and the other won't make it easy for me. Do your jobs and we won't have a problem. Fail me and the other will be the least of your worries.
I'm bigger than him. I'm no bully.
Give me some more lemonade, you little chiseler.
Give me some more lemonade, you little chiseler.
That'll be a nickel.
What? You idiot.
This isn't very refreshing.
I guess you forgot about our bottomless mug pot.
If I had to hazard a guess, based on its profile, I'd say the aliens developed this unit with the intention of tracking and isolating single targets. It appears to have a sophisticated evasion system as well.
Perhaps we should try to avoid those tentacles.
Not the other way around. Oh, you know what? I have another fun weapon to try out, don't I? Where did I put you? Oh, my God. Oh, damn it. That's not encouraging.
This ain't a tourist trap. You civilians get topside immediately.
Okay, that's a warmer welcome than I was expecting. Oh, that's what it was. Oh my god.
I hope you know what you're doing.
Oh, it's beginning out here. Look at this. Okay, I am back. There we go. I'm just making a channel for the platform to try and keep things relatively on the level. Just in case you're wondering why I am doing this weird thing. I don't intend to make this a gigantic platform all the way across, but I at least want a little bit of a connection, you know? Hey, Star Fox, how's it going? Okay, now. Let's murder that tree and take a look at power here is 23. Okay. Just doing some work and getting easily distracted. Excellent. I'm doing pretty good. I'm actually having a really good time with this game. It reminds me very much of Satisfactory, but it's got enough of its own stuff going on that... Why is this actually... I'm dumb. That's why. That's the wrong input. Okay. Ugh. This is almost enough to make me want to just restart the playthrough. It might be faster and easier than taking all this apart and redoing it. But not seriously. Maybe a little seriously. Okay, what we're gonna do... I'm not gonna do this whole thing. It's not gonna connect. It's not gonna be the same grid just yet. I'm gonna make a local grid over here. This is going to have... Gonna need a biomass burner to kickstart things. We need a drone miner. And we... I guess, do we need a small smelter? We probably don't, do we? Maybe we do. I don't know. We'll find out. But we'll get the other stuff going first. Oh, geez. We're still making science thingies. 42, very nice. Okay. How's power? 32, not too bad yet. 40, all right. So we're looking okay there. I think I can recover from this. Does this at least need that as a component, I wonder? No, it doesn't. That actually makes this easier. Okay. So we're not going to worry about that at all. That's a good night. Learning a new game like this, especially one that's this nice and I'm having a really good time with it, really puts me in a good mood, you know? Okay, so science thing. Oh, it looks like we're done. So let's come over to the new grid. Pop that down there. Grab some fuel. This is where we experiment with, It's actually... Just gonna put that there. Drone miner, that's what it is. I'm gonna put this here. No power, that's fine. Now we fuel this up. Science Pack 2 unlocked. Okay, we're gonna let that go for a short time. Let's go talk to our robo-buddy.
We are making great progress. New exciting blueprints are coming up, exactly as the disaster protocol suggests. BB, any updates on the station? No, not yet. Okay, we'll follow the protocol and continue to expand until you have news for us.
Okay, expand smelters. 16 small smelters. I guess actually that's probably not a terrible excuse for redoing what I've got here, which is a terrible, horrible, awful mess. And maybe redo this as well because it's also kind of a mess. But let's look at this. Okay, so we've got lots of stuff coming in. Burner generator. Xenoferrite plates, electronic components, technum rods. 1.8 megawatts of power. 80% fuel efficiency. Requires fuel. Requires foundation. Still a low voltage grid. It's a little exciting that they call it a low voltage grid, because that implies the existence of high voltage grids, and that implies that we do have plenty of power upgrades coming, so that's fun. So let me just grab some components here. Okay, so that's gonna build. While that's building, we can't allow science to sleep. Unless it really, really needs a nap. I guess we don't have any particular goal in mind right now. Science pack 2. Let's get inventory size 1. I always like bigger inventory. Looks like our new toy is done. Oh, it's a big sucker. I might need a larger platform for this. Okay, now what is this? What is this looking for? Okay, so it does work on the raw ore, does it? Current output 0. Do we have to actually smelt the ignium ore rubble? Because that's annoying if we do. That's very annoying. You don't have to. You don't have to. Okay. Oh, whoops. Oh, crap. Power generators don't make power if nothing is demanding it. Is this gonna work if I just have it that direction? That's not gonna work, is it? Okay, well, if nothing is demanding it, I know a very easy way that I can fix this. There we go. So I've had to sacrifice my last tree. That's excellent news. Oh, I need science pack 2s? Now what to do about the rest of this mess? There's also a hierarchy. If you have enough power from the burners, the bio will shut down, but if you strain the burners, the bio will kick on. And when you get the next thing, the burners will shut down unless you strain that. That's cool. I like that. Okay, so that is now officially out of fuel. So is that, so I guess we took a while. But now it doesn't really matter. Unknown resources. Continue your research to reveal unknown resources. Xenoferrite. Oh, there's a lot of xenoferrite ore. Oh, there's more ignium ore. Okay, good. No more technomore that I can spot. There we go. Yeah, I will say one thing. I think the thing that I miss about this game from, say, Satisfactory. I kind of like that Satisfactory had a bit of a survival element to it. I kind of wish this did too. You're kidding me. Oh, I thought it stopped. Never mind. It hasn't stopped. It's still going. Inventory size 1 has been unlocked. Excellent. Assembler 2. Logistic container 2. So we've got assembler 1, basic infrastructure. Already researched. On the roadmap, the devs have a pressure mechanic planned, but have stated it is not enemies that make the pressure. They will be later down the line. Okay. That's true. This is still an early access game, so that's fair. I wondered why it had gotten quiet. Just add a few more of those. Okay, another question. I'm used to with Satisfactory being able to do mixed content. What do you call these things? Conveyor belts. Is that also a thing in this, or is it one item per belt type? Or one item type per belt, rather? You can, but you don't have the tech yet to filter the mixed belts back out. Okay. Another question, can I queue up research, or do I have to pick it each time one is finished? Conveyor balancer. Allows to split, merge, or balance two conveyor lanes. Door. Unlocks a door for your buildings. Wait, you can make buildings? That's awesome. Large container to store items. This version can be automated with loaders and conveyors. Large container to store items. This version cannot be automized with loaders and conveyors. Loader second lane, a loader with a 2-block pickup and drop-off range. Don't think you can queue research. Okay. If I cover this with the foundations here, will they continue to mine it if I leave space underneath it? Any reason you haven't automated the science thingies yet? Yeah, because I'm still struggling with automating anything. Like, will they fly underneath that and get stuff if I keep doing this and just leave them a gap to access? Because I think this will be a lot more useful. Wait a minute, that's not going to work. That's not going to work either. All right. That looks better. I'm actually wondering if it would be worthwhile waiting until I can do two side-by-side things and have the automated pickup on everything to pick up required resources from either of the two belts. But I foresee problems with that, so I'm not going to do that just yet. What are you up to, sir? Nope, nothing new? Okay. Looks like these things are not having any trouble. Granted, they're still pretty early on, I guess, but I guess that's all right. Let's redo some stuff. Then maybe I can focus on automation. No, not the mining. Mining is good. Okay. Smelting offline. We're just gonna pretend this end didn't happen. Now he wants what? 8 smelters per resource, presumably excluding ignium. smelter again. Small smelter. Okay, well, we're going to have to settle for 12 initially. And I'll get some more stuff once we've got more smelters going. Conveyor balancer unlocked. And look at that tree. Okay, so all of that stuff looks like it's done. Walkways, door, piping. Wait, piping? Do we have to work with liquids and stuff too? Possibly gases? That's kind of cool. Executive office furniture. Nice. Mineral rock. Unlock scanning for mineral rock, a versatile mineral-rich rock that can be used for many different appliances. Let's research explosives. Oil, steam, acid. Wow. Okay, cool. I can't wait till this game develops more. That's gonna be a lot of fun. Oh. It's a good thing each of these has 2 inputs. It's crazy that massive tech tree is what's in the game already, and they are still making more tiers. Nice. Oh, okay. I can see that by the time I get all 16 smelters going, plus all the other stuff, I am actually going to need another one of those. So it's a good thing it looks like that one mine over there can probably handle quite a few of these. The challenge I'm going to have over here is... You okay? What's up?
Okay, math genius. If it takes 8 small smelters to fill up a conveyor belt, then we'll build 8 for each metal ore.
Okay, so the idea is that each of these groupings is meant to fill completely a conveyor belt. But I've arranged this such that I've basically got 2 conveyor belts. Do I really want that? Would it be better to go single file and then just have 1 conveyor belt out the back or something? Oh my god, explosive. Holy Jesus, okay. Yeah. I guess you really do kind of have to automate these at some point, don't you? From the roadmap, pressure mechanic status, idea optional, toggleable, pressure mechanic for people who want a bit more thrill. We are investigating which sort of pressure fits our game best. We believe adding enemies might not be the best option, so we're looking into other forms of danger. I'm totally okay with that. I don't necessarily love having spider aliens running around trying to eat my face while I'm building my factory. But other types of threats are kind of cool. You know, thinking of Planet Crafter, it might be fun if they had something like, meteor falls or space debris that plummets from the sky and potentially crashes into your setup, and that you can potentially research and build defenses against. That could be kind of fun. Wait a second, I just got a new toy, didn't I? Conveyor balancer. What was the description on that? Conveyor 2. Faster belts. Nice. Basic steel making. Okay, they need a search functionality because I can't frickin' find the... Oh, here it is. Never mind. Split, merge, or balance 2 conveyor lanes. Actually, I don't think that's going to be helpful for what I'm thinking. Never mind. Yes, it is. Merge is exactly what I want, I think. Let's just look at how this looks in practice. Learn more about the conveyor balancer. Conveyor balancers are special buildings, part of the conveyor system. They have 2 input belt lanes and 2 output belt lanes. Depending on use case, they can be used to achieve multiple goals. If both lanes on both sides are connected, the balancer will normally scramble the 2 lanes depending on how the incoming items are aligned. If you connect 2 inputs but only 1 output, the balancer will merge the 2 incoming belts together. If you connect 1 input and both outputs, the balancer will act as a splitter, distributing the incoming items evenly. priority levers. There are 2 levers which can be used to set priorities to either the left or right lane, both for input and output. With this, you can modify the above-mentioned cases to gain even finer control. When prioritizing a side, the machine will always try to take or add items to or from that side first, and otherwise default to the other side. For example, you can have a merger that always prioritizes one input side, or have a splitter that only outputs to one lane when the other lane is full. That is heckin' cool. I love it. Satisfactory should be taking notes. I just want to see what this looks like. Okay. Those little bots, yeah, I assumed as much for Zerp. They seem to be eating it up. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Okay, we are gonna put this, I guess here works. I'm okay, been a bit busy and having sleep issues, but they'll eventually go away. I'm sorry to hear that, Preserve. Oh, since ore is limited in this game, having destruction might soft lock your progression if you couldn't retrieve your base mats at full efficiency. Yeah. Okay, hang on a second here. I probably missed some chat. Oh, you're talking about destruction from, like, the meteor strikes I was talking about? Yeah, I could see that being a problem. But not an unsolvable problem. Oh, that's... wait. That's... no, that's not... Okay, I guess I see how that's working. That's gonna stay there. And then since... okay, I think I get it. Maybe. Possibly. That's true, and it's not Tagaron. theoretically, you never run out of nodes to mine, but only if you keep going out and set up new mining stations to mine from them. And that's going to get even more annoying than going around and cutting down trees for power was. There's also a practical limit to how much you can actually just go and do that, you know? Okay, so that's one side basically done. Biomass phase makes me want to cry. We've already gone beyond that, thankfully. But now I need stuff to make another burner over there. So I'm going to do that before I come and redo all of this crap. I need that anymore. Wait, there's long-range transport that solves that. Don't think your miners are keeping up with your smelting array? I don't care. That's fine. You know me. I am not about efficiency. I'm about getting it to work. And if it takes a little longer, then who cares? Not me. Okay, that looks better. Yeah, I like the fire sound. It's very nice. Maybe they only just added it recently. Oh, Vera Johnson, how are you doing? I'm so sorry if I missed your messages earlier. Did you ever look at Reyes 2? I've never heard of it. Or the first one, for that matter. Feel free to tell me about it, though. Oh, this is probably why the end looks empty there. You can't actually see it. It's hidden. The other end? What do you mean the other end? Oh, here? Possibly. Yeah. If I wanted perfect efficiency, I could use splitters, I suppose, now that I've got this. But it's working well enough for my purposes. It's the computer that wants the 16 smelters, not me. What I want is a flashlight. Is there a flashlight, actually? There's a flashlight. Excellent. Ah, thank you, Size One. How are you doing? I hope everyone's having a good night tonight. Excellent. I am very glad to hear that. Trying to resist telling things that are later in the tech tree? Yep. Just keep in mind that no matter what it is that you really want to tell me about, the game will tell me about it later. Like concrete production, for example, and Science Pack 3, and basic Olamite processing, which implies that we're going to be mining Olamite, and filter loader, which sounds really interesting, and third lane loader, hangar gate, which, what? A hangar gate? So there's some kind of flight stuff going on? Drones, perhaps? Mining efficiency stuff? Drone Miner 2 with a higher drone cargo capacity and mining speed? That sounds pretty cool. Jetpack sounds amazing. Advanced steel making, large battery. 3-minute warning until we take a break. That's not in the tech tree, but I just thought I'd let you know. Telexite veins. Hey, X-Wing. This is basically like Minecraft and Satisfactory having a baby and producing Foundry. But it seems really cool so far. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Underground mining. Very cool. Advanced mining equipment to be used with ore veins. CPU production. Science 5. Fracking towers. Lovely. Pipelines provide a high-throughput alternative to pipes. They are mainly required for modular buildings like blast furnaces and hot air stoves. Can be connected to pipes through adapter pieces. Slag reprocessing. Holy Jesus. Character crafting speed 2. Inventory size 3. Mining drill speed 2. You want to see even more in the dark? Yes. Yes, I do. I would like to see more in the dark. Please and thank you. Decor. Decor 3. Winding down, waiting for the sleeping pill to kick in, trying to decide. My brain shut off game for the evening. Hades or Elden Ring? I mean, both are very popular. I wouldn't be able to help you decide between them because I haven't actually played either. If it were me, I would absolutely go with Hades over Elden Ring, but that's because I have some interest in playing Hades and very little interest in actually playing Elden Ring, but that's just me. I've seen many hours of this game streamed, but I don't actually pay attention to the games much in streams. I know that's weird. No, it's not. That's how I experience most of the streams that I watch. I pay attention to the streamer and their voice a lot more than I pay attention to what they're playing, especially in cases where they're playing a game that I myself might want to play sometime, because that's basically key to how I'm able to watch streams of games I want to play without retaining anything related to what's going on. Like Greeny Trini, for example, has been playing Marvel Midnight Suns a lot lately, and it looks really, really cool and really, really interesting, and I happen to have the game, and I would like to play it at some point. So I've watched a lot of his streams of it. Couldn't tell you a damn thing about the game because I haven't paid any attention. Same as, when he was playing Ghostwire Tokyo and all that. I know it looks really cool, but that's about all I can tell you about it. Alright guys, it is time for that break, so if you need to get up and grab some food or a drink or a snack or anything like that, this is a very good time to do it. I'll meet you back here in about 3.5 to 5. Oh my god. Haboob Dust Storm. From far off, people see the approaching wall of driven sand and scatter to seek safety before the scouring wind. Because this area just doesn't get enough weather hardship as it is. Oh boy. Oh, this feels very precarious. Oop. 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 Okay. Hey, it worked. Okay, I'm calling that a win.
I can stop this!
Looks like we've maybe got 3 left. Did I say 3? I meant... Oh, that was cool. I didn't realize for some reason that you could actually force pull enemies. Hello. That might not have been the best option. That was not what I wanted this.
The distinctive shape tells me this is the rare, endangered Malay Island mop handle tree.
Several hours later. Oh. Oh my god.
For you.
Tell me a joke.
A neutron walks into a bar. How much for a drink here, anyway? To which the bartender responds, for you, no charge. Away with you.
What timing? Okay. I guess that wasn't so bad. That could have been worse. Whoop! You made me hit the dumpster. Our friend, the dumpster, our best friend in the game. Yes! Okay, I am back. All right. How do I want to do the rest of this now? Oh, actually, that could have been why. This wasn't getting any input because the inventory was full. Let me see. Looks like I need more of that stuff. I don't suppose I can deconstruct my landing pod, huh? It's a little in the way there. Okay, what is this? This is... oh, these are the assemblers. We can't do multiple levels of conveyors, can we? Like, kind of stacked conveyors? Oh. Apparently we can. That's actually super cool. Those are going to have to wait a bit. Day of the Tentacle is on Game Pass. I saw it by accident and spent all day yesterday playing it. Very nice. Pretty certain I own that game already on GOG. And that's actually a 2-in-1, because is that the original or is that the newer version? Like the remastered version? If it's the remastered version, I do believe you can play Maniac Mansion as a game within the game. They were X-Wing, but they were fantastic. I love that kind of game. Have you played... Please tell me you've played Monkey Island. The Monkey Island games are ridiculous. Like, so ridiculous, I'm gonna have to replay them on stream at some point. They're super, super cool. Crap, I can't believe I just did this. Alright. Okay, so this is taking in... What is that stuff? That is Technum rods. What can we make using Technum rods? We can make wire. We need wire. What do we need to automate science thingies? We actually need machinery parts and Technum rods. And machinery parts are made using xenoferrite plates, which we've got in abundance right here. LucasArts made some absolutely fantastic games. It was a crime it got closed down. Yep. But the legacy lives on. A lot of those people, even if the studio isn't the studio, a lot of the people still make games in the industry. Have you ever played Thimbleweed Park, for example? I streamed that one a couple years back. Every bit as good as any of the LucasArts games because it was made by many of those same LucasArts people. They even carried on the tradition of slamming Sierra in the game. Though I've got to admit, as much as I love the old LucasArts adventure games, I was always more of a Sierra game guy myself. Okay, so we're making lots of wire. I'm gonna give myself, I don't know how much is appropriate space-wise. I'll give myself a little leeway there, and we're gonna set up another one. Oh, you can't do that. Okay. Well, that's very good to know. I love the "you don't need to save, this isn't a Sierra game." I don't remember them actually slamming Sierra in that specific sequence. I think that's one of my clips. I think what they said was the one of the agent characters, Agent Reyes, or not Agent Reyes, the other one. I don't remember her name. Asked, well, what about, shouldn't I save my game? You know, years of experience playing adventure games have taught me to save my game often. And then the pigeon character said, well, yep, that was true up until Monkey Island. Hey, Mytharian, how's it going? It's good to see you. But there was a... I'm... God, this is one of the reasons I need to replay all these games again. I am certain you're right that they did directly reference Sierra by name, because I remember reacting to it, but I can't remember what part of the game it was. I don't think it was that one, although it would have made sense. I'm pretty sure it was not that particular part of the game. I think I need another splitter here, don't I? Where was the splitter? There we go. Okay. That's what I need, if I'm not mistaken. And that's... Wait, that's not... Gonna... No. That's what I would need if these were the right components. I probably shouldn't play these games on stream. Streamer brain is too much of a legit thing. So I do need these, but what I actually need is the output of another automator. Right things, wrong recipe. Well, yeah, I could make building blocks with that, but I'm trying to automate the science thingies. So for the machinery parts... Yeah, I need the xenoferrite plates here. Crap. There we go. 2 per minute. Oh, God. That is going to take a while. Well, even if it takes a while, it means I don't have to make them myself at least, so there's that. Okay, well, let's let that run for a while, I suppose. How's that looking over here? So I guess I should set up a smelter system similar to what we've got over there, but over here. I think, though... Let's get rid of that. Okay, so that grinds to a halt. What happens if I deconstruct this and rebuild it? Because I'm thinking of standardizing at this elevation. I'll have to leave some space here to elevate the lines out of the drone mining, but that's okay. Obviously more space than I've given it. That should work. Might need 2 or more. I'm not going to worry about it too much. You've seen how swiftly I play. This is going to be fine. Besides, this is only automating the tier 1 science thingies. It's not doing anything for the tier 2. Welcome back. There we go. That'll be fine. Get rid of that. And now I need 2 more. Okay. Back. He's too good at jumping. There we go. Okay, now since we've got this all going down in this direction and feeding over here, I think what we're going to want to do is I need that. And this is kind of our departure from the other setup. We want this feeding in over here. So I'm gonna need more of these. Just make a few of them for the heck of it. Okay, so they're coming in over there. Can put that there. I guess I only really needed the 2. Hey, Jarek, how's it going? Oh, that doesn't look right. Wait a second. That looks good there. Oh. Oh, that's cool. Okay. So we'll feed that in that side. Connect that there. And we'll have this going in here. No problem. No problem. You do what you gotta do. Oh. Oh, right. I never connected that. Okay, that's fine, though. I didn't want to. Yet. We'll get to that in a moment. Okay. Everything is linked up except for the key component. So let's correct that. There we go. Okay.
You're right. This will provide a good supply of plates and rods. But given the task at hand, soon we might have to scale it up even further. For now, let's not get ahead of ourselves and just take a moment to celebrate this victory.
Okay. How long is a moment exactly? I wouldn't mind some direction. I think I need some more science too. Can Belt Science 1 into the research center? I can. Here we go. Oh, wait. Well, actually, for a test run, that's fine. I like that it doesn't give you the solid triangle down here on this elevated portion. Once you get to the second step, that's nice. I like that detail. How's grid status looking now? Okay, so we're still doing pretty good. Our 2 burners seem to be keeping the pace very nicely. And they're barely touching the fuel, which is really good. Okay, that was my main concern. I wanted to make sure that I could elevate it a couple of steps and then just be able to walk right under it. So... Oh, crap. Off by 1. Or 2. Where is it? Right here. Okay. There we go. It's gonna be slow, but it'll get there. Okay, so... Oh, that's... What? Conveyors and building blocks for science, too? Curious. Interesting. These are largely empty. I guess these are getting used a lot faster. Well, I'm stealing them anyway. Yours is slow. Look at the belt. Yeah, I'm not worried about diagnosing the speed problems yet. I'm trying to just get a sense for how it plays. So it's kind of a good thing when things break. Oh yeah, yeah, I see what you're talking about. That's okay. This one, on the other hand, is very quick. That's fine, though. That's totally fine. Picked up a little bit there. Xenoferrite ore unreachable. Interesting. Increase mining force research level to gain access to unreachable resources. I suppose what I could do if I wanted to burn through this a lot faster, because it looks like they're eating the blocks a lot faster too, is I could put a second mine in. I would have to probably deconstruct the first two smelters and move them back a step. But that is certainly doable. Okay, so we've got all the wire we could ever hope for now. %. What is it we're researching at the moment? It's explosives, right? Oh, hey, look at this. They're actually queued up. So maybe that production speed is not such a problem after all. So building block requires xenoferrite plates and technomods. And it's xenoferrite that seems to be the stumbling block. That's the part that's really slow. Conveyors also require xenoferrite plates. Both of them require more xenoferrite plates than the other stuff. Huh. See, it looks like these guys are working pretty quick. Gotta wonder why the mine is so slow. Is it just an inherent property of this type of material? It looks like I need more science too. It would be very simple. I could just build one beside it. I would have twice as many drones taking material out of the ground twice as quickly, so it would run out a lot faster. I would also have to make room to merge the lines together, so I would have to disassemble the first smelter in each row to make room for that and just move them back a step over here, I guess. But that's not terribly difficult. But, you know, then I face the problem of running out of material in this mining site very quickly. Relatively quickly. There is another... Oh, that's ignium. No. Okay. There are other sites for getting xenoferrite ore, but they're all in the ocean. Except for this one here, which is unreachable. When you place the miner down, it shows how many blocks are in range and the output speed it will have, even though they only mine one block at a time. The more in range, the faster they mine. Oh, interesting. So maybe then the solution is not to build another one, but to move this one. I did not pick up on that at all. Yeah, so here I had 52 mineable blocks in range, 63. Foundation. Presumably not with time. I don't know why it isn't. I'm only just playing this for the first time. It hasn't explained that, but it does say you can research a solution, so presumably we will find out in due time. Okay. So for logistics container 2, how do we get that? Concrete production. They really need a search function. Ah, I can do conveyor. Oh, that's conveyor 2. Where is logistic container 2? So that's going to be 40 science 1 packs and 40 science 2 packs. Ah, no, I had no idea what time you arrived, Watai. I tend to assume people have been lurking for a while before they speak up in chat, sorry. It does look like it's going faster than it was. Still maybe not as fast as the other one was. This is encouraging, though. This one's got 200 output. This one's filling quickly. I stole crap out of this one. So presumably it'll catch up and whatnot. Factorio with loaders. Yeah, it's been a very long time, many years since I played Factorio. It's got some differences from, say, Satisfactory, though. So these are our intakes for the central belt that's being fed by the mine, which really does seem to be quite a bit faster for the most part. So those are all intakes, and then we've got outputs over on each side. And then I just merge the two output belts into one belt over here. And they feed this machine here. Which is spitting out. What is this spitting out? Oh, shoot. What was this spitting out? Oh, those are the machine parts. Would it be possible? It would be possible to just let a belt go into the side of an existing belt and it would work? No, I don't think it would. That is the point of this thing here. You have to merge them. Three-minute warning, guys. We're gonna have another another break in about 3 minutes, and this will be our final break of the night. I am starting to wonder if maybe I should build the second mine after all. That is filling up, but it is a little slow. Even this one's filling up, actually. But these ones aren't. At least not yet. Satisfactory belts feed straight into buildings. This uses loaders like Factorio does. Explosives detonator. Explosive charge. Saw something I'm having mixed feelings about. Apple pie tacos are a thing, apparently. Wouldn't that just be like a closed up apple pie, except not closed up? I don't see the problem. It's basically just a folded apple pie. Only difference is they've attached the word taco to it. And maybe done something weird with the crust, so it's more like a taco shell, maybe. I don't know. Which would be kind of weird, actually, but... if you put a belt 90 degrees to another, it will feed into it. Okay, sorry, I did not know that. But... oh, no, okay, we have a little bit of time before the break begins. I wish I had another resource node for this stuff nearby. I don't really want to put another mine in here. See how it goes, I guess. I forgot to look at how many cells are in range, but I guess that's okay. But now it's time to start the break, so I'll be back in just a few. I just noticed it doesn't pause. I'll be right back. Okay. I guess that wasn't so bad. That could have been worse. Whoop! You made me hit the dumpster. Our friend, the dumpster, our best friend in the game. Rick, the door technician? What? Boss.
Why, hello there. You must be the builder. I'm Minister Matilda from the Church of Light, filling in for Mayor Trudy. We're so excited excited to see you getting started as a builder here in Sandrock.
Arch enemy discovered.
I'm gonna find the secret of Monkey Island. Wanna come?
I heard the secret is just some marketing gimmick Stan thought up. That only the gullible and naive would go looking for it.
Tell me about Loom.
Oh, I'm so sick of pirates asking me about Loom. Get lost.
No problem.
Going anywhere, are you?
Maybe even gaining the advantage over... What? How are there... Where are you? What? Rude. Okay, I am back. Gen B Cyclone, it's so good to see you. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Now, oh, okay, that apparently did make quite a difference. This is now full up, and that is starting to fill up. That's almost full. So yeah, it is definitely getting more material. So I guess it was worth extending that out a little bit again. The story we know so far is we land with the directive to set up a basic factory. The contact mission control for further orders only to find mission control has experienced rapid unscheduled disassembly, so we're following emergency protocols until we can get further orders. Thank you, Atai. Yeah. I don't know why the Horizon series is so cursed, but those are some of my favorite games, along with Far Cry 6. I can't wait for the next Horizon game. And it's looking very, very much like it's pretty much guaranteed, I believe, that I'm going to break the 500 for the St. Jude fundraising, which means I'm going to be obligated to get a VR rig by the end of the year. And I don't remember what it's called, but there's a Horizon game that's specifically for VR as well. And that's going to, you know, I don't know when I'll get that, but that will be a priority get for me, along with the likes of, I already own Skyrim VR. I will have to get Fallout 4 VR, Beat Saber. I have other games that already work with VR, like Subnautica and American Truck Simulator. And there was another one that I really need to get. What is it? I mean, well, obviously the Horizon one, but... Oh, Half-Life Alyx. That'll be a must-get as well. If Gord looks up... Oh, yes. That's Mission Control. They're having some technical issues. Been so long since I've been on Twitch, I was shocked I still had the app on my phone. Oh, wow. Well, I'm glad you remembered and popped on back. It's always great to have you here. How are we doing now? Yeah, now that one is starting to fill up a bit. Alright. I suppose I could explore a little bit and see if I can find some more. I think that's just those popping up. Oh, possibly also these other unknown resources that I can't really get yet. Yeah, that's still picking up on the xenoferrite ore out here. Can't wait for the Horizon game as well. Did you play the most recent DLC, Burning Shores? Yes, I did. I did indeed. It was really, really good. Okay, that's more, that's ignium ore. I need xenoferrite ore that I can actually mine. There's a lot of unknown resources down there. There we go. There's another usable xenoferrite ore 50 gazillion billion miles away from where I live. Just get the water stuff, it's closer? Yeah, but how do you do that? Can I run my machinery underwater? Oh man, there's all of it down this way. Believe so. Well, that doesn't inspire total confidence, but I suppose it's worth trying. the wrong way. Oh, wow. Technum ore, xenoferrite ore. I've seen oil production done in the water, so I figure other stuff would work, and it's not labeled as unreachable like some of the others. That's true. That's a very good point, actually. Well, it doesn't seem to have a problem with me trying to build down there. Alright, after that little expedition, let's see how backed up we are here. That's looking really nice, actually. That's really good. Okay. So, I'm gonna have to steal some of these precious resources. Steal a bit from there. And a bit from there. And now we're gonna have to try to figure out how the heck I get down into the ocean. Or giant lake or whatever that might be. So that's probably the one. Let's see, what is the size on this anyway? 14 by 10 by 14. 16 by 16 by 24. Dang. 16 by 12 by 18. All of these ones in the water are significantly larger than what I've got access to here. Even though they're relatively close, that's a long way away. Okay. Okay, so I can kind of see what I'm building under the water, too, which is a good sign, because that does anticipate a need to show it on the map on the part of the developers, which suggests pretty strongly that this will work. I can't even see it yet. Haven't gotten a chance yet. My gaming time has been eaten up with Baldur's Gate 3 and going back to Fire Emblem. Hope you're doing well and have a good night. Thank you so much, Gen B Cyclone. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit absorbed by this, but it was really great to have you here. I am so glad we don't have to worry about short circuits underwater, or as far as I know, anywhere else. I enjoyed the one Fire Emblem. I'm curious about that franchise. I've never played any of them, but a few of them have caught my eye. Monster Hunter as well. I know they're not remotely the same category. Oh. have a long way to go. Oh, geez. I'm just going to go straight down here and then over and across. IP rating extreme. You're supposed to play with permadeath, but if I had a character die or not romance the character I wanted them to, I'd have to reset. Very curious phrasing, Mr. Soggy Ramen. What do you mean you're supposed to play with permadeath? I guess maybe we can take it in stages here. I don't necessarily want to go right down to the bedrock and then have to come back up again. Okay, so it's over that away. Oh, I think I'm already deeper than this. Interesting. Just come along here then. Nano Soldier, did you look up a seed with a lot of water? Nope, it's just what I got. And I wouldn't say the seed has a particularly huge amount of water, honestly. My starting area is up here. I'm just trying to get down to a good resource location. So I'm not getting enough xenoferrite, and I don't have any land-based nodes nearby, so I'm just taking to the underwater. Okay, now... the nodes are over there. And I'm built on this elevation. I think I'll just channel through here a little bit. Let's see. You could play on easy like a casual. You could play on any difficulty you want, Mr. Soggy Ramen, regardless. It's never accurate to say that you're supposed to play on one difficulty over another. You're at height 90, node is 70, so still need to go down some. Yeah. But I would rather do that closer to the node itself, where I'm not going to have to do too much crazy tunneling or going up and down over the terrain. More than happy to do a small bit of channeling like this. It is a small bit, right? There have been games suddenly saying you cannot go on unless you increase difficulty. I've never heard of that, Watai. What games do that? And who developed them so that I know never to buy from them? Because that is just horrible, honestly. Oh, okay. From a long time ago. I mean, it's still horrible, but it's a little more understandable, I suppose. Okay. Oh, that's completely submerged, isn't it? That's gonna be a ginormous pain in the butt, isn't it? Well, we'll see what we get. Oh, gotcha, Mr. Soggy. Sorry, yeah, I'm very heavy in focus mode with this game. This is gonna be one of those games. Where is my little... No, there it is. Okay. I'm just gonna get some more of this foundation built while I've still got some. I don't think I have enough. That's alright, though. Yep, oh, I noticed that very early on, even before I started stream tonight. I didn't play before then, but I did load it up and, you know, just go through a couple of things to make sure all the controls and all that worked, which included doing a little bit of drilling and mining and whatnot. And I noticed at that point that the dirt and the stone and all of that stuff was going into my inventory. So yeah, no problem. No problem. That actually filled up pretty fast, and now the last one is opening up. So I'm going to steal that. And that. Good luck with that, Mr. Soggy Roman. There we go. I would dearly love for this crap to disappear a little bit faster. Oh, I think I found some. Oh, wow, it really is like Minecraft. Look at this. Oh no, there's no game rule. It's just the way I feel like doing it with time. There's no game rule at all. At least these two are close, so when you need the second one, you have most of the infrastructure in place. That's true. If you want it to disappear faster, that is why you researched explosives. Okay, fair enough. That's actually kind of a problem. I need to make sure I have enough clearance to be able to build in here. Mining and crafting tend to be popular game mechanics. I blame the Swedes. Fair. Well, yeah, it's not so much that as I need to be able to see what I'm doing, too. I will say this looks really cool. Okay. So if I build it kind of in the middle here, theoretically the entire deposit should be accessible. Looking forward to seeing waterlogged belts? Yes. Okay, so I left off over there. Why did that sound like you were being attacked by a panther? I admit the underwater sounds when you get in and out, the splashing. There were probably a few audio processing issues there. It doesn't sound entirely clean. How's it going, Guardian? Okay. There are not, Watai, no. Right now, there's actually no threat at all, but that's on the roadmap. It's uncertain yet whether enemies will ever play a part in any danger that does present itself, or any kind of challenge or pressure, I believe they're calling it. It doesn't necessarily suit the type of game they're trying to make, apparently. Okay. That theoretically should... There we go. They are now on the grid. Need to dig more. What do you mean, Tegarong? Oh, does it not count if the blocks are not covered? Okay. We can take care of that. Oh, the water even has a spread radius like Minecraft. That's amazing. The ore needs to be clear at least on top. Oh man, so I probably have a lot more work to do for the ignium as well. What the heck?
Well, hello there, Ultrasaurus. 54 months. Your dedication to the library is most impressive. I trust you won't find our collection quite as troublesome as young Skywalker does.
Ultra, what the heck? Thank you so much for being here. What's going on? 54 months. That's amazing. How are you, Ultra? I know you're being eaten alive by stress, but I hope it's not too terrible today. We are playing a little bit of Foundry. And I gotta say, really enjoying it so far. I'm just doing a little bit of resource extraction here. looks like it goes that way. This is a very big deposit. Okay, I'm starting to wonder if maybe I built this too far back. Maybe it should have been more out towards here. Which is not a problem. I can certainly do that. Also wondering if maybe I did build it a little bit too low. Because if it has to have one block of height above it, and I built my foundation directly on top of it, then have I made those blocks completely inaccessible? Because that would suck. So I might need to redo a little bit of this. You just... Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think a little reconfiguring is going to have to occur. That's okay. It just goes on and on. I'm not Mr. Soggy Ramen. Not by any stretch of the imagination. I would, however, like to have enough resources to be effective, which is what this is all about. Oh, this is going to be a lot of digging. Oof. Yeah, I'm starting to think after digging that way a while, this probably is close to the center, isn't it? Might replace it to see how much is in range now. Yep. Give that a try. Machine inventory full. That's a good sign. $81. It's a hell of a lot more than the other version. Than the one I've got topside. Now comes the real fun. Now I've got to belt this all up. And I don't have the materials for it, so I have to go back to the surface. Now to get the belts back. That's... I foresee zero problems with that. I mean, it's not required that the belts follow this, after all. Although I probably will make them follow this, at least to some degree. Oh, did I say last break was going to be our last break? We're probably going to have to take at least one more break. Well, one more break, and only one more break. I don't have to get up terribly early, but I do have to get up at some point. Oh, this is all full up now. Haven't even gotten the new mine operational yet. So yeah, 2 minutes, guys, and we're gonna take definitely our last break of the evening. Well, the reason I'm going to make it roughly follow the foundation path is just because it's convenient. Then I don't have to try and swim everywhere, I can walk. It eliminates that Z-axis. Or it doesn't eliminate the Z-axis, but it certainly simplifies dealing with it. Okay. Oh no! Oh my god, I just... I just gave myself the ability to build a crap ton more foundation block. And absolutely zero new belts. So, yay. Walking the ramp made by going straight up. Oh, okay, you have a fair point there, honestly. Okay, stealing more resources from myself. And now I have to start the break. So if you guys need to get up and grab anything, this is a very good time to do it, and I'll meet you back here in just a few. Actually, working tonight, but I'll leave alert. Probably be back later. No worries, Scott. Thank you so much again. It's really, really kind of you to recommend us like that. I appreciate it. Oh. Oh. That was... Ooh. Thanks, Autodrive. Crap, it's actually literally not going anywhere. Oh, okay, we're good. I never really seem to have the time.
I'm good. Can't hide from me.
I haven't had Prime Rabbit in a while. I think I should see if I can possibly make that happen at some point. That was awkwardly placed. Okay.
We'll handle the rest of the starfighters. Victorum, these bombers are coming in fast. You might want to activate turbo lasers.
No can do. Their ion weapons knocked out our systems. We were defenseless until you arrived.
Understood. We'll put an end to their bombing runs.
Oh my god, I love the A-Wing. Holy crap, this is nice.
Plastic, lost control.
Oh my god. Oh, this is so good.
Hello there. Your move.
That the game would ever throw anything really terrible at us.
Look over there. A new wolf target. Bastard!
Ah! Giant Chara spider? What the hell? Okay, I am back. Very possible, Mr. Soggy Ramen. I have no clue what the context was when that clip was made. That was a long time ago. Okay, now, let's see if we can actually make some conveyors this time. And I am also going to need... Let's steal some of those. I'm going to need some ramp conveyors. So I'm going to make those too. Sadly, we can't seem to get any prime rib from our supplier anymore, so now we have to serve beef brisket instead. Oh, thank you, Mr. Soggy Roman. That is unfortunate, although I will say brisket sounds amazing, and I would not mind having some. Just drill out a little more of this. The cuckoo works every other Sunday, is an incompetent, mostly in counting portions, so she usually makes like 3 or 4 pounds too much every week. That's 1.5 kilograms in your super advanced, ultra modern Canadian measurement system. We actually tend to cook in the backwards, really inefficient, silly American system because a lot of the cookbooks we get up here are from the US. So we have to suffer with the system that you guys tend to use. I have no idea if all this stuff is even going to be accessible to the drones, but that's okay. We're gonna free it up anyway, just in case. If they can get it, they're gonna get it. What the heck is this? Okay, so there's a little bit more to uncover over here, too. I guess they've got stone of different colors in the game. Is that? Nope. Okay. That comes out. Okay. I have no idea how much we have available now, but this will hopefully be a hell of a lot faster than what we have at the other, like the above ground mining site. Dirt, desert, dirt, tundra, dirt, and arid dirt, so you could mine a bunch of desert and build underwater with it to make an underwater desert island. That's okay, Tagarung. I understood what you were saying. Okay, I think this is about the end of it, maybe? Yeah, I'm guessing it doesn't go much further than that. A little bit over here. $623 stone. It's a good thing I'm a very strong robot. I'm not going to try to fully extract all the stone to expose all of the stuff, at least not yet. It can be a gradual, eventual project, but I think it's looking good. Okay. Let's finally get some of these. Some of these things down. Okay, this is a compelling reason for not doing the ramp up. It's seriously difficult to build that stuff. You actually kind of do have to follow it a little bit. If the Fallout special stats were real, which of your stats would you want most to be maxed out? Intelligence, I think. Luck. Interesting, Jared. Oh, crap. That's all I've got. Okay, well, I'll have to get more. Man, look at how fast that is. Of course, it was building up inventory while I was futzing around digging out stone, so the machine probably had 200 or so in it. we go. Drag it out like you do with the straight ones. Okay. Maybe what I'll do is I'll come out to about here. And then let's... wait, what? Yeah, see, this is a pain in the butt. This is the problem. Well, maybe not that bad, I guess. This actually works pretty well. Oh, there it all is. No, actually, before... No, I guess this is fine. I need to join this up with the other one, though. And I can't do that back here. Oh, now production is maxed out. Where were you before? Okay. Are you... why did it cancel the build? That's true, Tagarong. That is true. I ran out again. Wow. Just bring it back a bit, because I'm going to have to rejigger some stuff in here, I think. Probably there. Oh, there it is. Now, here's a question for you, Tagarung. Upgrading. Can you directly upgrade the way you can in Satisfactory? Or do you have to redo everything? You can just upgrade in place? Oh, God, thank you. I am so happy I'm not going to have to redo this whole thing. Okay. Let's get one of those. There we go. It's all connected. And if you have enough belts, ramps, balancers, and inventory, it will upgrade all linked items in the whole chain? Damn. Holy crap, that's nice. That is seriously nice. Okay. Oh, it looks like they do fly underneath to go and extract ore that's in there. You got your obese fairy, now all you need is 2 more. Nice, congratulations. Okay. I'm curious to see if this is backed up all the way to the source at this point. So I'm going to go check that out. This is backed up a long way. Oh, it actually is pulling from both lines, too. Yep. Right back to the factory itself. Impressive. Okay. Very cool. Well, that should temporarily at least solve our resource shortage problem. I think it's going to be a while before we use all of this. Okay, very, very cool. Yep, so it's managing to refill all the stuff that I raided multiple times, over and over and over again, pretty quickly now. That's really good. Okay, yeah. It's also after 3 o'clock in the morning, guys, so I think I'm gonna have to call it here. But I think we will definitely come back and take another look at this at some point. Maybe see if we can get the Science 2 stuff automated. I really need to learn to spread out a bit more, though. My biggest problem in games like this is I try to build really tight, and that always works against me. So let's save this for the very first time. And we're gonna go find somebody awesome to raid. So let me just get my awesome list up. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. This has been a really fun stream. I'm glad I finally got a chance to check out Foundry. Let's see, who is live? Looks like Aoshi-san is playing Gray Zone Warfare. It's been a while since we visited him. Mama C is playing Demonologist. Greeny is on. He's trying to finish Marvel's Midnight Suns. Oz 90s Kid is... Oh, okay, so he's playing Retro. It's, which game is this? The Minish Cap. The Legend of Zelda, The Minish Cap Part 2. Draven's playing Lost Horizon. Pallet Box is playing New World. Rule Storage is playing Farming Simulator 22, which I believe I've now got. Casual Elephant is playing Valheim. I'm seriously tempted to load up Valheim again sometime soon, guys. Maybe pull up that same map that we used to play on as a community, where I've got the gigantic mega build, sort of circular fortress castle thing going on. That was a lot of fun. A lot of new updates to Valheim since we last played. Lunity is continuing her Nier Automata playthrough. Paige the Witch is playing Elden Ring. Tea with Mandy still on with Fallout 4. And What If Julia is playing Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door. Mr. Elephant for you. Interesting. Okay. We have rated him very recently. But you know what? Let's do it anyway. I'm going to load up his channel. Might hear a moment of his audio, because for whatever reason, you have to actually be in the thing. Oh, what the heck? Lurked all night,
Well, hello
sneaking
there,
in for the
Anstara. 70
raid.
months. Your dedication to the library is most impressive. I trust you won't find our collection quite as troublesome as young Skywalker does.
It's good to see you again, Anstara. How are you doing tonight? Welcome on in. I think you actually did say hello when you started your lurk, did you not? I want to say that you did, or what am I thinking of yesterday? But either way, welcome back. I hope your lurk was a good one. Let's
Okay, this should be.
There we go. Okay, so yeah, you heard a little bit of casual. We're gonna go visit him. Doing all right, bed soon. You might have said hi, you lose track. That's okay. I'm getting tired to the point that I could be confusing it with another night anyway. Yeah, that's a really fun game though. I really like Foundry. I really like the fact that it's early access and already fun, even with no actual pressure to do anything. I mean, it's got a little bit of a guidance system. You've got your robot buddy and what's his face talking to you over the radio and all that. So it does give you some direction, some some hints and tips on where you should be going, what you should be doing. But I'm looking forward to seeing a little bit more of the actual you have to do this or bad things are going to happen. I like that kind of stuff from games like Satisfactory and all that. So it'll be good to see what happens there. But we're gonna go raid Casual Elephant tonight. So if you guys want to join in for the raid, let me get you his link. There you go. So he is playing some Valheim. Like I said, I've honestly been kind of tempted to bring that one back recently. We played it for a good couple of months several years ago when, it took the world by storm briefly. And we haven't really touched it since. Here's the raid call. Here at the Library of Lore, we use shh. It's a library raid. You've been bookmarked with the heart emote, the wave emote, and the shh emote of the channel if you are a sub. If you're not a sub, you can use the Twitch raid and the Tomb raid emote. In either case, subscriber or not, feel free to use any emote you feel is fun and appropriate for a raid. You can copy the raid message, arrange the emotes you want to use the way you want them to appear. It'll all be good in my book. So let's get over to Casual Elephant's channel and see what's going on with his Valheim game. And, oh, right, yeah, he's doing a special playthrough as well. It is Valheim Voyage time for him. He's playing with no maps and no portals, so he has to physically travel everywhere he wants to go. So that'll be extra fun. So let's get over to his channel and see what's going on with his game. I'll see you guys over there, and I'll see you back here on, what is today? This was Tuesday going on Wednesday, so I'll be back on Friday for sure. I'm also hoping that I can do a bonus stream on Thursday to make up for last week when I had an extra day off. So stay tuned for that. So let's get over to Casuals. I'll see you over there. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of your night, day, evening, whatever it is where you are in the world. I'll catch you again real soon. Bye for now. Nice. Oh, wow.
We're back.